application. Those two sites are important for us to make note of and share that information with friends and family. Regardless of where you're located, you can access that information. Let me remind people again that this session is being recorded. And so if you prefer to keep your camera off, then that's fine. This session will be rerun on YouTube. So if you miss anything and you'd like to go back to replay, it will be available on YouTube. Once again, it's coming live from St. Thomas in Jamaica. And we have a number of presentations for you. Okay. Yes, brilliant. All right. So there will be a formal session around 2 hours, 2 till 4. And then there will be a continuation of informal conversation where people can have the opportunity to talk about any particular aspect, and also maybe introduction, get to know individual on the call. I'm coming to you from the UK, so I'm currently in the UK, in the northwest of England. It's a very cold afternoon, evening now, because we're 5 hours ahead of you. Extremely cold this weekend. We don't know what tomorrow will bring, but it's cold, I think, across the country. So what we're going to be doing in this session, and this session is specifically targeting people outside the UK, not just people in Jamaica, but anyone outside the UK. The information that we'll present to you, you can make notes and please share the information with friends and family. And if anyone has missed the presentation, you can direct them to the YouTube where they can get a replay and play in their own time. So once again, welcome to Windrush International Forum. The purpose of this forum is really to provide information for those outside the UK who may not understand Windrush, and we want to clarify make sure people get the right understanding about Windrush, both the historic aspect, how it came about, and also the provision to put things right. And there will be opportunity to raise question throughout the session. We will indicate to you when we go through each of the different aspects of the Windrush claim, you will be able to ask question for clarification. Can I also suggest that we don't want individual to discuss their individual case? Be careful what you disclose. We would rather you, say as little as possible about your own case. If you've got a case running at the moment with the Home Office, then, if you want to ask us anything about that, then we're happy to see what we can do in response. We don't want individual to disclose, their own individual claim or their family claim. But if they need any clarification in understanding the different aspect of the claim, then we will go in details regarding primary claim and also close family and deceased. We'll go through each of those so that individual will be able to focus on those aspects. Now, Windrush, the history of Windrush, most of us knew nothing about Windrush till 2018 when the Home Office scandal broke. And what we did realize then that there were people um, even before 2018 was being impacted by immigration rules. And let's also say that Windrush is all about immigration, pieces of immigration law that the government of this country brought about right from 1948 right through to present time. So we're going to give you a little bit of background as to how this came about. So 2018, the scandal, the Home Office scandal broke. And 2019, um, a task force that was set up by the government produced what is now called the Windrush Compensation Scheme. And that was launched in April of 2019. And the scheme from 2019 has had a little tweak here and there, but essentially it's a scheme that is still current. And the purpose of the scheme was the government response to the, I wouldn't say the scandal, to the Home Office, and I don't like to use Windrush scandal as a term, the Home Office scandal. So the idea was to bring about a scheme that would, in some way, rectify people's status. That means getting your documentation. And then out of that, if people were impacted because they could not prove or show evidence of documentation, then the compensation scheme will be able to cover their losses. We will hear certain expression and pay attention to the way that the guidance actually use terminology, because that's important for us to understand. We will go through each of the claims and focus specifically on each element of the claim. So what we have currently is the Windrush Compensation Scheme. And the Windrush Compensation Scheme is the attempt by the government to, I wouldn't even say right the wrong, to go some way as to fixing some of the issues. If we go back to the start of this, the first generation of Windrush came to the UK in 1948. And subsequent generation, like myself, I'm second generation Windrush. My parents came here in 1954, and I had an uncle who came here in 1949. And people been coming to the UK from 1948 in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And so the Windrush timeline runs from 1948 right through to 1989. Some of us get a little confused because we didn't give ourselves that name, Windrush Generation. But that's the name that covered the period that we refer to. And in particular, many people from Africa and from Asia don't like Windrush, the term Windrush, and they don't see themselves as Windrush because they only see images of the first generation in 1948 coming from the Caribbean, and they only see Caribbean people. Um, and so, what we try to say to people, Windrush is a global issue affecting people from 65 countries. We have to keep making that point because um, people from Asia and from Africa don't really appreciate that they're part of that generation. And I was doing a little check on the 65 country only last week because I had a conversation with somebody. And did you know that there are more African countries affected by Windrush than the Caribbean? And I totaled them up. So when we have conversation, there's more people impacted from Africa, and yet many of them don't know that, don't realize that is the case. So it does help us to appreciate the 65 country and that it is global. So please bear that in mind. You can find all 65 countries listed on the Home Office guidance website. And all the information that we present to you this afternoon is from .gov.uk/Windrush compensation scheme. It's in the public domain. Anyone can have a look at it. We don't have any special information different from what's in the public domain. The only difference is that we consult that information so often, it's in our memory. But we still have to keep checking to make sure the information is current and that there are no changes that we need to be aware of. So this afternoon, we will go through who is eligible to apply to the scheme. We'll also be talking about entitlements, and we'll be drilling down into the individual application, starting with primary and close family and deceased. And as we go through each of those, please pay attention to the language that is used, how the guidance actually tell us, what we have to do to be eligible. So I've mentioned the start of Windrush is 1948, and people have been coming to the UK right through from 48 up to 89. After 89, the Windrush scheme is not applicable. Those people who arrive later, that will be an immigration issue, and that will be outside of the scheme. So the scheme does have a timeline from 1948 to 1989. That is the inclusive timeline for Windrush. People often say to us, what if I arrive here in 1991, 92, 93? You're outside the scheme. So to be eligible for Windrush, we have to follow the guidance. I'm just going to read directly from the guidance about the Windrush compensation scheme, just to put it in context so we understand. It said people who arrive in the UK many years ago and do not have proof of their immigration status have faced difficulty in proving their right to work, to rent property, and to access benefit and services to which they are entitled. The government apologized to people in this position and has made a commitment to help them get proof of their immigration status. On the 16th of April 2018, the Home Office established a task force known as the Windrush Help Team to make immediate arrangement to help those who needed it. This was the setting up of the compensation scheme. And so the compensation scheme was launched in 2019. And this is the scheme that we have currently. And then the guidance also tell us who is eligible and how we can make application to this scheme. And that's what we'll be doing this afternoon. I'm going to try and stick with the time because we have a running order, and I'm going to try and stick with the running order just to make sure that we're on time. If we're ahead of ourselves, that's okay, but I don't want us to run too far behind. So, the Windrush Compensation Scheme eligibility and entitlement. I'm going to ask Glenda now to come in on this point. It's now I said 1920, years would be 1420. In the UK is 1920. In Jamaica is 1420. Okay, the 5 hours difference. Okay, Glenda, so Windrush Compensation Scheme eligibility and entitlement.
In order for you to be eligible, hi, my name is Glenda Caesar, advocate and victim of this scandal, but working alongside people who's been affected and giving them the advice as being someone who was one of the first people to be compensated under this scheme. I know Garrick said compensation scheme, but it's actually two parts to this. There's status and compensation. And in order for you to go forward for the compensation, you have to get your status regulated first. And this would be for people, like he said, who came in within a certain period of time, or some people who were born in Commonwealth countries, which was run by Britain at the time, and they were children to parents. I'm like Garrick, second generation, so I came here with my parents to the UK. Sorry, I'm saying here, realizing that we're streaming out to Jamaica, but came to
Yes,
the UK.
I came to the UK, yes.
I came to the UK, I must say. So there is three parts to it. The primary claimant is the one where you are the major person who's been affected by this scandal, and then we have close family members, and we also have deceased. But a deceased person would have had, in order for you to claim. Sorry, I was just trying to find the paperwork. You would have there's certain criteria you have to follow. They do ask that you have some kind of documentation or some records to actually show that you were settled, or if you're abroad, if you had a member or you were living here but were forced to go back to your country. That is what they would need to see. Some people have been able to give their status and are able for them to come over. I'm sorry, I'm very brief in it because my mind was on something else. But we also have talking about the deceased people. If someone has passed away and they were working within the UK at the time, but had passed away, but were unable to regulate their status, then a close family member or anyone who is dealing with the probate of the person can then make an application for a deceased family member. They will then become the primary claimant. The government over in the UK do help if the primary claimant has passed away in the UK. They do offer you a small amount of sum to help you to bury your family member.
Up to 1,500.
15, that's right, 1,500. But they do ask you, they do need to ensure that you're the one that's dealing with you're the administrator, and you are dealing with you have access to the probate as well. Otherwise, you won't be able to do that. Only one family member can deal with the deceased application. But if you were affected, then you can, as a close family member, make a claim. But you have to show how you are related to the primary claimant. The deceased application is just the same as the close family member. A close family member would either be a sibling, a parent, or someone who after some. Sorry, I can let me just person. A close family member, or someone who was actually looking after the deceased or the primary claimant. There is a process, like I said, but in order for you to get to that stage, you have to regulate your status first of all. So you have to get your UK citizenship, and it has to go via the Windrush scheme, the Windrush status scheme. So you have to go via that. They will ask you to do your biometrics. Once the biometrics is done, I think it's either about 6 weeks or 2 months later, you were then offered your naturalization. You're either offered to take the ceremony, or they just send it to you directly. I didn't do the ceremony, I just got my paperwork directly. But then from then, they go on to once you've got that, then you can make an application for your British passport, and the ball starts rolling from then. So you then put in a claim for compensations, and it's a basic. I will put a link in the chat for the guidance notes, because there is guidance notes and the application.
Yeah. So thanks for that, Glenda. So we will keep repeating a lot of this because it's important that we understand each element of the claim. And also pay attention to the language and how the Home Office will describe things. It's important for us to get the sense of what we need to do. So you notice Glenda spoke about eligibility. And I'm going to keep repeating this because this is very, very important. In order for you to eligible for both the status, which is the first element, that's important, and the next element is if you've been impacted or you suffer loss because you did not have the documentation when you were asked to produce the documentation as evidence that you have the right to live and work in the UK and rent and so forth. If you could not prove that, then you would be impacted. And that's the next bit. So the first thing is always checking your status. And in order for you to check that, it's important that you understand the guidance. I'm going to read directly word for word because that is important. So from a Commonwealth country, yes, and because we're coming from Jamaica, most of the people there, all of them, Jamaica was part of the Commonwealth, so you would understand the language coming from a Commonwealth country. There's other language that says from any other parts of the world. So you got the Commonwealth country and then you've got other countries. Let's just focus on people from the Commonwealth country. And it says this: a Commonwealth citizen who was settled in the UK on the 1st of January 1973, whose settled status lapsed because they did leave the UK. And the reason I mention it because many people in Jamaica now at one time had lived in the UK for many years, and they're now in Jamaica, and they're now in another country outside the UK now. So they left the UK for a period of 2 years and is now lawfully in the UK and who has strong ties with the UK. Now, I'm going to ask Glenda just to comment on this because there's a couple of points in that paragraph. When we talk about having ties with the UK, we mean you have family still living in the UK, you may have property in the UK, you have some connection with the UK because you had previously had lived in the UK for X amount of years. Yeah. And what has happened that you have left the UK and um, you probably didn't realize that your 2 years had lapsed while you were out of the UK. Yeah. And as a result of that, when you try to get back to the UK, there's some problem. Okay? Now, we will explain to people how they can get back to UK if they're in that position that they want to return. We will explain that later on in the session. Okay? But there are a number of people who sometimes we use the expression locked out of the UK because of the 2-year rule in the 1971-73 immigration law. And what it means in practice that you're allowed to go out and come back within months, within a year, within 2 years, but not outside 2 years. So 2 years on one day, your status would lapse. That's what he said, it would lapse. Okay? And many people didn't know about this until they got caught up with it. Any comment on this, Glenda?
And that's so true. It's a lot of people didn't know, but this is something where we have been challenging them on it because if you didn't know and you're coming back into the country, automatically you think that you're British, which is rightfully so. But some people were stopped at the airport when they did try to return within that 2-year period, and then they were turned away. So there you do have a case for you to sort of like challenge for your status as well. So if you can prove that in your passport when you're stopped, you're either given a stamp or there's something written in your passport that can be used as evidence. And I always say to people, I never throw away my old passports, I always keep them, but that can be evidence in order for you to prove, to help to assist you to regulate your status as well.
Yeah. I'm going to read 3 bullet points here from the guidance. If the applicant is currently lawfully in the UK are not liable for deportation on the grounds of criminality, and this is something that we're challenging the Home Office on criminality, because what they've done, they've actually used this to prevent individual from making a claim. And we have a case at the moment where they are referring the case up rather than making a decision about an individual. So we know criminality has affected people. And we also know under the previous government, people were deported, removed from the UK. And some of those people allegedly did not have a criminal record, and yet they were still bagged together and removed. Yeah? And, some of those people have now come back to the UK and are literally taking a case against the Home Office for wrongful deportation, etc.
Yeah.
The other thing is the next point, bullet point, and listen to this carefully. Due to the mistake in previous version of the Home Office guidance and some applicants who lost settled status as a result of absence of more than 2 years prior to the 1st of August 1990, and who returned to the UK on some other form of limited leave by the date and have lived in the UK continuously since, may previously have been issued a no time limit NTL document, despite not actually having indefinite leave to remain in law. Where such cases are identified, we would treat as falling under this eligibility group of the scheme and will be considered for grant of indefinite leave to remain. Any comments on that section, Glenda?
Can I go back to the criminology part of the claim where we Garrick so rightly said that we are challenging that, and I think they're standing up and taking a bit more notice because some of these people were not supposed to be deported out of the country because of that, especially if they were a British citizen, and I think that's what we're also you know, disputing with them. If you're in a country, you cannot, and you were born here or you was raised here, then the country has to take some sort of responsibility. So that's a part where we are challenging very strongly about that part of the form, because what we're finding is that they're finding an excuse not to deal with the main issue of it, which is the status of a person that's been taken away from them. So yeah, we are trying. Sorry, Gary. What was the last comment? Because I was just reading this question this person
Yes,
said.
so in that paragraph I read about no time limit, despite having indefinite leave to remain, such cases are identified. They should be treated as falling under the eligibility group of the scheme and will be considered or granted indefinite leave to remain.
Yeah, they should do because they have fallen within the time limit of them being here and holding rightfully a British citizen. But if you do have challenges, that is when you're dealing with the scheme, the status scheme, which I put in the chat. I've actually put the application, I think, or is the guidance in there, so you can read through that so that you understand what the scheme is, the status scheme is, and it will tell you exactly how you can put in the application and what rules you have to follow or what it is. It's very simple, really, because if you were living here and you had the right, or if you are, you could be a grandchild of someone who is a British citizen, you may also have a right for you to be able to regulate your status. But within the time periods that what Garrick mentioned before, between 73, I think it is, and
Yeah,
88.
yes,
31st of December 1988. Also
yeah.
falls in with the children who were born here, because some of the children that were born here, um, I've had a family.
I'm going to come to that now. Just hold your point there because
Okay,
this is the next important bit.
okay.
Right. A child of a Commonwealth citizen parents where the parent either was settled in the UK before the 1st of January 1973 or has a right of abode and was ordinary resident in the UK on that date or did satisfy the provision that is now a British citizen. Um, in all cases, dates are important. Dates of when you arrive in the UK, whether yourself as a primary claimant or whether it's your parents or your grandparents. Dates are very important. Starting from 1948 and finishing up at 1989. That inclusive date, they continue to ask, you must arrive and settle in the UK by the 1st of January 1973 from a Commonwealth country. They always keep referring to that. And from any other country, it's up to December 88. We say the 1st of January 1989 from any other country. And the word that settle means you need to be, settled in the UK as ordinary resident in the UK. And sometimes the word settle also they use another term of and I'll tell you about that later on as we go through, but just bear in mind the terminology that is used in the guidance. Okay, and we have to we have to fulfill the criteria in the guidance, and one of the most important bit is the date of which we were settled in the UK by the 1st of January 1973. And that would be ourself It could be our parents or it could be our grandparents. Yeah. Now, the next bit, again, I was born in the UK, and this was the bit I think that Glenda was coming to. I was born in the UK or arrived in the UK before the age of 18, that means a child, and was not automatically British citizen or citizen of the UK and colonies from birth, and has been continuously resident in the UK since their birth or arrival.
Yeah. I've come across a case like that where the grandparent had been here in 1972. She then sent for her daughter in, I think came in 78 or 79, 78. She then had children in the 80s, but they were born here. Unbeknown to, so this is three generations. We're looking at the grandparent, the mother, and then the children. The children didn't realize that they weren't British until they went to apply for a passport, and then they realized they wasn't British. The mother didn't realize she was still under the thought process that she was not properly legal, whereas she was, because her by the time her mother had sent for her, her mother had been already had already been settled and registered here and naturalized. So then that gave that mother, she didn't realize that she had indefinite leave to remain or right of abode. So she went about the other way of looking at things, trying to get her status regular. But then it affected the children who were born in the UK. And we found that a lot of people, because they didn't understand about this, and what I'm finding is from a lot of, like you say, the African nations and the Jamaicans especially, who are having a lot of difficulties in regards to that. What you have to realize is if your parents, first generation, had been in this country and settled within those dates, 73, 72, I think, 73 to 1988, and you're a child and they sent for you within that time period, you have the right to be here. So if your children are born here, they should automatically become British citizens as well. So please, if you find yourself in that situation, do question it, or do approach the Windrush status scheme, first of all, to see if you're eligible, because you may be eligible as the parents. It then gives your children the right to say that they're British citizens. And I've come across that, which is it's so sad, but it does happen because people are not clued up on that part of
Yeah.
the immigration.
Yeah. Yeah. And then just the final bit of that section, where the parent died before the 1st of January 1973, it is sufficient that they were settled in the UK before their deaths. Yeah, so that is very, very clear. And when we talk about disease, etc., just remember this point, because we'll be focusing on those individual claim, primary, disease, and close family, drilling down deeper into the guidance to make sure that you understand each of those claims. So I go back to what I said previously. The information that we're using is the guidance from the Home Office. You can also find this guidance yourself on .gov.uk/Windrush compensation scheme, and make sure you have the latest version, because it was updated and we want to make sure we're using the latest version of the guidance, and it will be the same with the application. Yeah, version 18.0. The previous one was 17.0. So make sure we have the right document, so that we're following the guidance. So I've mentioned the fact that this session is being recorded. For those who have just joined the session, let me just repeat This session will be recorded, and if you do not want your image or your photo in the recording, which will be out on YouTube, please keep your camera off. Yeah? And let me repeat again, we do not want you to disclose personal information about your claim. So be careful what you share on the platform. If you have something specific about your claim that you want to discuss, that can be done offline. But we don't want to be discussing your individual case online with everybody else listening to your case. So again, repeat, the recording is running. The session is being recorded. We also want everybody to stay muted so we have a better audio reception and clarity in what's being presented. So we spoke about eligibility. We spoke about identifying dates, which is important. And we gave you the timeline for Windrush from 1948 up to 1989. We also mentioned that the guidance speak specifically about settled status in the UK by the 1st of January 1973. And we also mentioned that the Windrush scheme is twofold. There are two schemes. There is a status scheme to rectify your status, get your documentation. In other words, get documented. And then the next bit is about compensation. But the compensation bit is based on the fact that you were impacted, and that word being used, impacted, or you suffer losses. And we will explain that. Two words to bear in mind, being impacted or you suffer loss. And those are the two important words that will assist you in eligibility and claims. Very important. We also mentioned that the information we're using, you can find it yourself. And in the chat, we've given two websites. justiceforwindrushgeneration.co.uk is there. And we also given you the advocacy website that supports application, and that is liverpooladvocatesforwindrush.org. So there are two websites that you can reach out to in your own time. And those two sites have got all the eligibility criteria information, and also they have each element of the claim. So you can look at primary claimant, you can look at close family claim, and you can look at deceased. Both sides have got that information in one place. Okay? So please, in your own time, have a look at that. Having said that, we're now going to focus very specific now on those three elements of the claim: primary, close family, and deceased. And we're going to go into detail in each of those. So Glenda will be dealing with the deceased. I'll be dealing with the primary, and Roland will be dealing with the close family. Just checking the time to make sure we're keeping to the time. Okay, so 2:57. Okay, right. That's fine. Okay, so let me just bring in this bit around the primary claimant. What do we mean by primary claimant? The guidance tell us, and each of the claim that we'll be focusing on, there is guidance for each of those claims. So there's guidance for primary claimants, there is guidance for close family, and there is guidance for deceased estate claim. We always encourage individual to read each of the guidance according to their claim. So if your claim is about close family, then you should read the guidance on close family. The same if your claim is primary, then we want you to read the guidance. And we keep repeating this because this is important. If you do not read the guidance of the claim to know what is expected of you in terms of what questions you'll be asked and what evidence you have to give to each of those elements, then your claim may not be successful. So it is important for you to follow the guidance. And if you're not able to follow the guidance, then somebody get some help from somebody that can help you. And I say that with the view that many people will have many different challenges. It could be uh, uh, issues to do with their eyes, with their eyesight. It could be issues to do with literacy. It could be issues to do with disability issues, all different challenges. So people may need some help and support. And there is no shame to ask for some help and support. And that is why we refer to those two sites. So, for advocacy, help, and support, we have a site. But also for individuals who have done claims, maybe themselves, their own claim, or claim for another family member, they would have some experience of filling out forms and submitting a claim. So they're able to assist individual with their claim. And it's always good to get a fresh pair of eyes on your claim, just to make sure that you haven't missed anything out, because it may be that there are things that you can claim for, but you didn't realize. And so you didn't put it in. But by having a conversation with somebody else, they'll be able to ask you a certain question and able to help your memory as to, yes, I remember that happened. I almost forgot about that. And so you were able to recall things and put more information on your claim, which will help you to have a better outcome. So, primary claimant, and I mentioned the fact that we have guidance per claim. So for the primary claimant, we have guidance. And for close family, we have guidance. So here's a question. Who can claim using the primary claim form? You can claim compensation as a primary claimant if you meet one of the conditions in section 1 of the claim form. So again, you have to know what the claim form is about. You have to know what is expected of you in section 1. You have to read section 1 so that you can answer appropriately. I'm just going to invite a comment, Glenda, from yourself. In your experience in helping and supporting individual, what would you say to an individual about making sure that they read the guidance, and in particular pay attention to the section that has been highlighted before they start to put things on paper. You're muted. Sorry, you're muted.
Sorry. Please read the guidance note, because there is certain parts like Garrick has just said that you may miss out, which is of vital. Go over it. I would say to anybody who's going to put in an application for either the status or the compensation, do a draft first of all and read through everything. If you are unsure, if you're doing the right things, there is advocates there to available to help you, especially if you're online. I'm sure in Jamaica that they have got people on hand to help them, or Garrick and Roland can direct you to, or wherever you are. That I'm available. Trust me, I'm on the platform, on every social media platform. Reach out and I will always try to get back to you if it means via WhatsApp video or Zoom, in order to assist you to do the form. But please read through it thoroughly. The guidance does help a lot because sometimes there's something you may miss out.
Absolutely. So again, as I said, if you're not able to read the guidance, get some help, get somebody to assist you and help you with the guidance so that, you know, they draw attention to the question and the points that you need to give consideration to. You may want to speak to a representative, as Glenda just mentioned, or somebody about your claim. You can indicate this on page 45 of the claim form. So page 45 of the claim form, Glenda, what does it say? You haven't got one in front of you. Don't worry, because all this is telling us that page 45, right? When we're filling in the form and we need some help, that is where we, you know, that's how we actually put it on paper or put it on your form. Your audio is, sorry, 1 second. Your audio.
I can only see 44. I didn't know there was a 45.
Yeah. So
That's the contact details for the representative. Is that the part you're talking
that's
about?
the one. That's the one. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. You can always, you don't need an immigration officer. You can always put an advocate. You can always put it down as an advocate. And if you're a child making an application under the age of 18, you have to have a guardian
I'm going to come to that. Yeah, that's the next paragraph. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
come to that. Yeah.
All right.
So this is the point. On page 45, the person that is assisting you or helping you, their information need to go right on that page. And it doesn't have to be a legal person. Again, a friend, somebody who's done this before, or if you're working with an organization for advocacy, that information, that's where the information will be recorded. So on this point, primary claimant under the age of 18, as Glenda was just coming to, if you're under the age of 18-year-old and making a claim, you will need a parent, a guardian, or someone with parental responsibility to send the claim in on your behalf. You cannot make a claim yourself under the age of 18. Somebody will have to take control of that. And that is quite clear. The next bit, I want to really home in on this because this is the area about capacity. Primary claimant who lack capacity. And what is meant by this is that the individual who is a primary claimant wanting to make a claim for themselves and they have some difficulty, they have um, some mental health issues or lack of capacity, listen to what's said here. If a primary claimant lack capacity, they're unable to take decision. A person exercising the power of attorney or legal authority to act on their behalf over the claimant's financial affairs can send a claim on their behalf. Where there is no power of attorney, a deputy or a guardian or controller with the control over the claimant's financial affair can send a claim on their behalf. You notice what they're saying, because each country they will have different terminology. What they're saying, the person who lack that mental capacity, somebody will have to act on their behalf, and here we call it the power of attorney, the legal person who will make decision for that individual, particularly around their financial affairs. But you notice to give example of other terminology used elsewhere. Let me just read this paragraph again. If a primary claimant lack capacity, they are unable to take decision. A person exercising power of attorney, legal authority to act over the claimant financial affair, can send a claim on their behalf. Where there is no power of attorney, a deputy, a guardian, or a controller with control over the claimant financial affairs can send a claim on behalf of that individual. If the claimant is outside the UK, and let's assume now we're talking about those in Jamaica, we're coming live from St. Thomas. So those in Jamaica or elsewhere outside the UK, a person exercising the equivalent power may send the claims. In other words, you still need an individual who will take responsibility for the claimant, the primary claimant, and whatever terminology is used, that will be the legal responsible person who can then submit a claim for the individual who lack capacity. Now, Glenda, I'm going to ask you the question, have you had many cases from outside the UK who has lacked capacity and had to engage with a representative or a legal person?
We have had that because I work alongside the Windows Justice Clinic, and what we find you still need a letter of authority in order for you to say you have the right to act for the person. And I was going to mention that there's a lot of people who still are unable to read or write, and we've come across, so they definitely need the help and haven't got a clear understanding of the criteria that's put in place. So even if you're assisting them, you still need to get a letter of authority in order for you to act on their behalf, which there is a template which um, they do have, which you can use. I think with the status scheme, you can get the person to write a letter and sign it, but once you're applying for the compensation, they've got a template which has to be used so that they can discuss everything with you. But with the status, it's a little bit more different. That has to be come in writing, but with the compensation, there is a template letter.
Yes, and there's a question in the chat that Dr. Liz just put in about capacity and disability, etc. And one of the things that we always emphasize that a lot of this is on UK law, so your terminology and term is very much UK. The equivalent to that in your country, wherever that is what is expected. In following the guidance, that's what you're expected to do. And so if the individual, wherever they are in the world, are not able, for example, think of somebody with dementia and Alzheimer's. they wouldn't be able to take responsibility for their affairs. But somebody will be able to do that, either another member of the family or and usually it's a member of the family who have that responsibility, but it has to be in writing. Yeah, it
Can I
must be in writing.
in regards to what Dr. Liz has said, what is capacity and the old learning, the language barrier is something that we're trying to let the Home Office understand as well about the different cultures, and we may word things differently
Mm,
in our countries than what they would not understand over here. So that is something that we're working on with the Home Office for them to try and understand the cultural difference. In every country is cultural difference. So if you're completing a form for someone within your country, put it as you would, and what we'll try and do is sort of like decipher it for them so that they have a clearer understanding.
yeah, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so just before I conclude the primary claimant, just a couple of points about filling in the form. Um, how to fill in the primary claimant form. And again, this is important. You should fill in all sections of the form and provide all the information you think is relevant to your claim. This will ensure that we're able to award you the maximum compensation to which you're entitled. So, contrary, if you don't fill in all the relevant parts of your claim, you wouldn't get the maximum. You probably get nothing. You probably get the minimum or nothing at all. That is why it's important that you get some help with your claim form. The next bit, we will check your records. Sorry, we will check our records and work with other government department and third party to help gather and check the information you have provided as part of your claim. Now, what this means in practice, the information that you submit on your claim form, they will be checking this information with other government departments and they will know if the information is correct or not. For example, the Inland Revenue, the tax, they will be able to check your tax contributions. They'll be able to check with DWP, your national insurance, and your pension contribution. All these things is inter-government departments. So whatever you put on that form, it has to be correct. And don't worry because, as they said, we have records. So don't be thinking, oh, I can't remember this, I can't remember the date and this, right? They have records. Let me read that again. We will check our records and work with other government department and third party to help gather and check information you provide as part of your claim. An explanation of the term used in this guidance and claim form can be found in Annex A of this guidance. Please write clearly as possible, especially in the free text boxes where you're asked to write in the boxes to provide the information. Some parts of the form will require you to write information in boxes, such as the dates of birth. If you make a mistake, listen carefully, cross it out with a single line, not too many scratches, one single line, and rewrite the correct information above or beneath the box. The other thing that we always emphasize with the claim form, and it applies to primary as well as close family and deceased, it's important the information that you put on the form, to the best of your knowledge, because at the end of that, you've got to sign declaration that what you have written, right, is correct. And we're not saying that everything you put in, the dates, the months, it has to be exact. No, the information that you've submitted needs to be correct. The date is not the most important thing. You could be out of a month or whatever. That's not important. The information, to the best of your knowledge, information is correct, because you're asked to read the declaration and sign the declaration and date it. And also, you're reminded with the declaration that if you have not, if the best way I could say that, if the information that you submitted is not correct and you told lies, you will be held accountable for that. That is why they ask you to read the declaration and sign the declaration that, to the best of your knowledge, what you have said is correct. And the final point, before I leave the primary claimant, please make sure that when you're asked your personal details as to your name or names, you put the name that is on your birth certificate and you put the spelling exactly how it is spelt. If it is spelled differently, the Home Office will reject that application and said that is not you. So please make sure your date of birth, the spelling of your name is correct as it is on your birth certificate. You copy that on your claim form. And also, there are many people who have different names that does not appear on their birth certificate. We call it pet name in Jamaica. If you have another name or you change your name to a Rasta name, whatever it is, make sure you put that there's a place for any, if it says if you're known by any other name, put it here, please, because that's how they'll be able to identify the person. Yeah. So make sure your full name, your personal details is correct as it's written on your birth certificate. And any other name that you're known by, you put it also in the box provided. And finally, make sure you answer every question. Do not leave a question blank. If you think it's not applicable to you, do not leave it blank. Just write N stroke A, not applicable, and move on. If you leave it blank and submit your application to the Home Office caseworkers, they will send it back to you with the reason why you left that question unanswered. That will slow your application process and you've lost time. So make sure that all the questions are answered first time when you submit your application. So that's about primary claimant. We're going to pause for a moment before we move into the deceased and then close family. There's quite a bit of information there in relation to primary claimant claims. And we keep stressing, please read the guidance that accompany each of those claims. I'm going to go over now to Glenda to deal with the deceased estate claim and probate.
Okay. To make a claim for someone who's deceased is basically the same as the
Claim.
primary claimant. It's basically the same, but you may be able to apply to the Windrush compensation scheme if you are representing the estate of someone who would have been eligible to apply, which follows the same rules. You would need to show that the person who passed away would have been eligible as a primary claimant, suffered losses because they were unable to demonstrate their lawful status in the UK. You would also need to show that you have authority to act on behalf of the estate. This means a copy or photocopy of the relevant grant of probate, if there is a will, or grant of letters of administration, if there's no will. If you don't have this, you might be able to get help with applying for probate application fees paid for or reimbursed, and legal advice sought to apply for probate reimbursed up to £1,500. I don't know what that is in Jamaican dollars, I'm afraid, but I'm sure you can do, you know, the
Yeah,
transfer.
I wouldn't worry too much about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can either get help to apply for probate before you apply for compensation, or get help to apply for probate after you apply for compensation. So in order to get help, you can either get an advocate to assist you, or they do have We Are Group, which was formerly known as We Are Digital. I'm not sure if there's a free number has been allocated to the people in Jamaica as yet, but I think Roland may be speaking about that later on. They'll send you an information pack containing probate application forms and instructions on where to send them. Like I said, they reimburse the probate application fee, if there is one, and up to £1,500 in legal costs in relation to applying for probate. To get help after you apply for the compensation, once the eligibility of the primary claimant, which is for the deceased, and your identity has been confirmed, they will then send you an information pack containing probate application forms and instructions on where to send it, refer you or your claim assistant provider, or you may have an advocate already who'd be able to help you on that. But that's very important for you to know, where you can get reimbursed for the probate fee, and you can get an application pack from them with all the probate documentation as well. The condition for reimbursing the costs. They'll reimburse you the probate fees up to £1,500 if you successfully applied for probate on, or just applied for probate. Sorry, I'm not going to give this date because I know that's incorrect.
Yeah.
Or you have applied to the compensation scheme and the eligibility requirements have been confirmed, and the legal costs are associated with the probate application, and you provide evidence of the cost that you incurred. But all of that you can do if you contact the Windrush Help team, and they should be able to assist you, which is, or should be, on the number that you will be provided with if you're in Jamaica. But if you're in England, the number is an 0800 number, and you can get that. But to make an estate claim, you should apply using the representative of an estate Windrush compensation claim form. So we have the primary claimant, we have representative on an estate Windrush compensation claim form, and we have close family members. If you're successful with the representative, acting as a representative of a deceased estate, then you can go ahead and look into perhaps putting a claim in for a close family member. But please remember, you can be reimbursed in order for you to do the probate.
Yeah. And one of the things that we try to emphasize, particularly with the probate deceased claim, the Home Office will not accept nothing short of the legal forms to confirm that the individual has passed, and that has to be verified. It's not a matter of just saying, oh, yes, the person died on this date, blah, blah, blah. That's not acceptable.
Yeah.
They would want, and that is why they provide the assistant to get the legal documents that confirm all of this, that is correct. And unless they receive that, that claim will not be processed. They have to have that legal document.
The death certificate is very important as well. You must
Absolutely,
have
absolutely,
access to the death certificate.
absolutely. Um, and again, we don't know, but sometimes people, and remember, we said there's no difference between the primary claimant and deceased. The only difference is the person is now passed on, and then somebody else have to actually make the claim. The eligibility criteria is exactly the same in terms of when they arrive and settled. It's exactly the same. And as we go through each of the claims, we will always remind you of, if you're from a Commonwealth country, when you need to be in the UK, settled, etc. And if you're from outside the rest of the world, again, dates are very important as to the date you arrive in the UK and settle in the UK. Very important. And when we say settle, doesn't mean you can't leave. Yes, yeah. But you were settled on the dates that the guidance has said. Were you in the country on the 1st of January 1973? Settled. You might have left 10 years later. That doesn't matter. You were here settled. It's important you understand that. Just a point before I go into close family claim, because we're talking about people outside the UK. And again, the reason why we're doing these sessions is because people outside the UK don't have the same access to information as people in the UK. And, we want to make sure that you have access to the information and where we can signpost you, where you can get further help, you know, where you are, out in Jamaica, out in St. Thomas, how you can get further help if you need somebody to actually assist you with your application, with your claim. Or you've heard a lot of stuff this afternoon and you think, oh, I can't remember all of this. And you need to talk to somebody on a one-to-one basis, then that's the purpose of, the WhatsApp number and the email address and the website that we've given you in the chat. So you can reach out and make contact. And that is why I've made a point. We don't want you to be discussing your individual situation on the call. And if you do need to talk about your claim separately, then you will have that opportunity to talk to somebody on a one-to-one basis. And I hope that will be helpful, as we go through the session. And here's a point, which I need to emphasize very much. If you're outside the UK, which you are, for those in Jamaica and elsewhere in the world, if you're outside the UK, you've left the UK and have lost your indefinite leave, you might be entitled. Notice the point in the guidance. You might be entitled. It doesn't say you definitely. You might be entitled to apply for a resident returning visa, yeah, or a returning resident visa to come back to the UK. Yeah, this is for people outside the UK. If you left the UK and you've lost your indefinite leave to remain, you might be entitled to a returning resident visa. That's a straightforward application to get back to the UK. When you get back to the UK, there are things that you can do while you're here in the UK. We don't want to give you that information. But if you want to return to the UK, then there is a process that you need to follow to get back to the UK. And just one other point that we need to make, because one of our sessions in Jamaica, when we had the Home Office team online and we posed a direct question about people of senior years, I will use that word nicely, of senior years, who have no desire to return to the UK. And I tell you the temperature at the moment is cold. the question was, can they still make an application without returning to the UK? And Glenda, you remember you was on the call, and what they said, it was their words, yes, you can make an application. It will be considered. You reach out to the casework, whatever they call themselves. Um, so, but I've been waiting to see if that information has been updated, and it has not. So all I have is the verbal information that anyone outside the UK that want to return to the UK, want to make an application, do not have to return to the UK. Yes, we've asked that question several times, right? And we've been assured you do not have to return to the UK to make your application. What I will suggest to people, please do make an application, because I want to test this out. Do make your application, and let's see how the Home Office deal with it. And if they reject your application, we will take it up with them. So please make your application, yes, because you have no intention of returning, and you should not be debarred from making an application for compensation. If, again, don't forget, it's about eligibility and entitlement. Eligibility and entitlement are two separate things. Can I have a comment on that, Glenda?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to share the screen for something so that they could see. I don't know if I'm hoping I can do it. Okay, you can see that. Applying to the Windrush scheme from overseas.
Yeah,
So are individuals who live abroad able to submit a claim? Yes, in certain
yeah,
circumstances. You can apply from overseas if you are a Commonwealth citizen, set in the UK. It tells you thing. I have put this in the chat.
yeah,
Do overseas claimants need to have lawful status in the UK? And it explains to you as well. It also tells you where you can get the guidance notes if you
yeah,
choose to. I will put this in the chat, but yes, you can
yeah,
apply to the Windrush scheme from overseas.
yeah.
Okay.
So please, we want people to make application, right? Please make application, because, we have to keep challenging the Home Office in their policy and their procedure. And if people are not making application from outside the UK, then, the Home Office wouldn't be blamed for anything, because what they're saying, we've not received any people are not making application. Yeah, we're not getting an application from Jamaica. We're not getting any application from Ghana or Nigeria or Kenya. So, it's not our fault. So please share that information with other people. Encourage them to make the application. And don't forget, this is very much around people who do not wish to return to the UK. And it may also be more applicable for our older generation, who have no desire to come back to live in the UK, with this weather and that we have, etc. They want to stay in a warm country. So, it is clear that you can. The question is, will you make the application? Please make the application. So that conclude the primary and the deceased elements of the claim. There's one more area of the claim that we want to focus on this afternoon. And this particular area of the claim is important because it involves more individual submitting a claim. And this is called the close family claim. And we say this because we haven't got a fixed number of how many people can actually submit a close family claim. Roland, are you ready to speak about close family claim? While we're waiting, is there any question in the chat that we need to answer?
Yes, there is. There was actually two that I was quite interested in. I think it's from the Galaxy A20.
Hmm.
It said someone's birth certificate failed to have her father's name on the birth certificate. What problems does such a document pose for the individual when claiming compensation? Now, that shouldn't
Okay.
pose a problem because obviously we have plenty mothers who are unmarried to
Yes. Yeah.
fathers of their children.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't pose a problem. It's down to the individual. As long as you can prove that your parent had the right, then by all means they can still put in an application. There was also the same person, a sibling travel on attached relative's passport to England as a child. The person whose passport she traveled on had died after about 30 years. This individual don't have any further information in regards to identity, her eligible status. What could this individual do in order to prove her legal status, having been educated and working with a family in England? Yeah, again, I'm if they have if this person has access to their relative who passed away and feels that the person had was fell within the criteria for the Windrush status, then perhaps they can put in a claim for a representative. But this sounds more like an immigration thing and not part of this scandal. So
Yeah.
I would seek legal advice on that if I
Yeah.
was that person.
And just to confirm what Glenda said, Windrush compensation scheme doesn't cover everything. It's very much focused on a period between 1948 and 89. And sometimes there's this borderline where people are just outside the Windrush scheme. And so the issue is an immigration issue. We can't deal with that. We can't advise people. We can signpost you to immigration practitioners who can then answer your question and give you advice. We just focus specifically on the Windrush compensation scheme from the Home Office. That is what we focus on. Um, is Roland ready for the close family claim, or do you want me to go through with that? If he's not ready, I can go through that myself.
I can't see him on the line, so I think you should go through it.
Okay, so while I'm waiting, Roland might come in, later on. So we've mentioned the primary claimant, who is the individual making the claim for themselves. Glenda has mentioned the deceased, which is the same as the primary claimant, with the exception that the person was eligible but has now passed on, so somebody else is making the claim on their behalf. And now we're going to focus on close family claim. And we've mentioned each of the claims have separate guidance. So it's important that we follow the guidance per claim. So if we're submitting a close family claim, we focus on close family claim guidance. Updated on the 15th of November 2024. So I've got the updated information.
Mhm.
It says changes from the last version of this guidance. Changes to section 2 is about the individual, and changes to section 2 is about the primary claimant. So that's from the 15th of November 2024 changes. We've always remind people, please make sure you're using the latest information. And sometimes suddenly, because you may not have looked at it for months, suddenly something has changed and you still have the old form.
Mm.
So please always make sure you check the version of the form that is the latest current information. Um, I'm going straight from the guidance. Introduction to close family member claim form guidance. The Windrush compensation scheme compensate individual who suffer losses or impact because they were unable to prove their lawful status in the UK. I'm going to read each of these twice to make sure it sink in. The Windrush compensation scheme compensate individual who suffer losses or impact because they were unable to prove their lawful status in the UK. And notice right at the outset of this conversation, I mentioned the fact that we need to pay attention to terminology. And sometimes, we see the Home Office will use very specific terminology, you know, have you been impacted? Have you suffered loss? And these terms are important to understand how we formulate our responses to the question on the application form. That is why we've asked you to read several times, to read the question over and over. And we also encourage you, before you start filling out the application, make a rough copy, draft, similar to when you were writing your essays at college, etc. You draft several drafts before the final one ready to be submitted. And when you draft your responses, it's good to get a second eye to go over it. And there are great benefit of individual doing that, because while Glenda is going through my application and looking at it and talking to me, Glenda may notice, well, you haven't said anything here about, this situation. And you need to say a little bit more here because, they wouldn't know you got to remember, if you don't spell it out, they're not going to read in between the lines. They only accept what you pen on paper. And they're not interested what may be sitting behind you. Thanks for that, Glenda. So it's important that you spell it out for them. Yeah, keep that one on the screen while I go through this point. There are no charge for making a claim for compensation under this scheme. You can access the claim form online. You can fill this out in digital. Alternatively, you can print it out and fill it out by hand, writing it out if you so wish. Details on how to send the filled form to us are in Annex C, Frequently Asked Questions. Annex C. Then it says, again, this is helpful. If you need help with large print or braille or another language, the example here is Welsh, then you need to contact the Home Office team to let them know what help you would need. As I mentioned before, that people's eyesight might be deteriorating as they get older, and so large print might be the best way for them to have things much bolder, easier to read. And then who can claim using the close family member claim form? You can claim compensation as a close family member if you both meet the condition in section 1 of the claim form. You may want to speak to a representative about your claim. You can tell us on page 24 of the claim form. Yeah. Now on screen, can you make it a bit bigger, Glenda, please? Because it's a bit fine for me. Bigger? Any bigger? And notice at the bottom of the page, that is page 3 of 24. Yeah, page 3 of 24. So we've got a big document to consult. Plus, yeah, do the plus. It will get larger. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. So section 1, you go back small again. Yeah, great. Thanks. Section 1, eligibility. And listen to it carefully. If you do not provide the minimum information we need, we will contact you. This may cause a delay in your claim. If we contact you and you do not respond, we will not be able to take your claim further. In other words, if we try to contact you and we've got no response, nothing will happen. Your claim will be just sitting there. Nothing will happen because they need to speak with you to clarify certain things. So the idea is that we contact you if we need more information. If we can't get hold of you, it's going to take longer, and that you're going to lose time in processing your claim. Now, the next bit is about evidence. Yeah. So you see all the bullet points is about evidence that you need to provide. All the evidence, they're all bullet points. And then as you go up the page, you will see you'll see boxes. Just pause there for a moment, Glenda. You'll see boxes, and as a close family member, you'll have to tick the box that's appropriate to you. So I am the mother or the father of the primary claimant. I am the brother, sister of the primary claimant. I am the son or daughter of the primary claimant. I'm the husband or wife, and don't forget civil partnership is also there. And you have to tick the appropriate box according to who is actually making the close family claim. Then as we go down, you notice again boxes for you to tick. They came to live with you permanently in the UK as a Commonwealth citizen before the 1st of January 1973. Now this will continue. This date for Commonwealth country will always be a reference point as to when the person arrived in the UK. It is important. They'll always refer to that because remember, the 1971 Immigration Act became law in 1973. And within that is the same piece of legislation that we have now. It hasn't changed. Nothing has changed. They haven't changed the law. They've amended certain things, but mainly the 1973 has impacted on Windrush generation far more. And again, you notice each boxes, you have to fill in the appropriate box according to the question. Notice the point here. They came to live in the UK before 1973 for a Commonwealth country, and then it's got before the 31st of December 1988 that is from anywhere else. And what's important with this claim, close family claim, is this: there is no fixed number as to how many people can submit a close family claim. And also, we've always said it is good for the close family person who making the claim. There's a question relating to whether or not what support you've given to the primary claimant, but there's a section of the claim that doesn't require anything from the primary claimant, and that is about what's the term, Glenda? Impact. What's the
impact on life, is that the part that you're talking
That's the
about?
one. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. So that doesn't require anything from the primary claimant. But what we've always suggest that if a person is submitting a close family claim, it will be good for for them to also talk with the primary claimant. I mean, it would seem odd that a close family claim has been submitted and the primary claimant know nothing about it and says, well, that person never do nothing for me. Right? I mean, I know that person. Where you come from? Yeah? So you need to establish something.
Garrick, you have to have the reference number for the primary claimant. It tells you here you need to
Yes.
have their national insurance number, and you need to have the reference number, because on the close family it says about the primary claimant. So you have this part of the form has to be completed. So if you haven't got the correct information, then it's not going to go through, because you
Yeah.
may know someone as, let's just say, Bubsy, but
Yeah.
that's not their name,
Mm,
because
mm,
their real name in the home office will be there. So you
yeah.
cannot just put Babsy there and the person's name is not. Maybe Barbara, maybe
Yeah.
Bob. So you have to have, and you have to provide them with the reference number and all of this detail here as I'm going along the form about their passport, their
Yeah.
current nationality, their expired passport. You must have all that information
Yeah.
about the primary claimant. As you can see here, it says timeline of events. You
Yeah.
have to know, when did the primary claimant first come into the UK. If you haven't got that information, then your claim cannot go any further as
Yeah.
a close family member.
Yeah. And so what's important is how you communicate that, because we always stress the point about individual who would sort of take charge of family and think they control everything, and you got to come to me and get information, etc. But there needs to be communication across the family, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the close family claim is a member of the family. A close family can be a friend or in-law, etc., etc. But what's important, and people always raise a point about this, the Home Office allocation of award to the primary claimant, whatever the primary claimant is awarded, it has no impact on what claim the close family would be awarded. In other words, the money is not coming out of the primary claimant fund. So don't be thinking that if I put a claim in, I'm going to reduce what the primary claimant will get. No, they're separate. So there is no issue in you submitting your claim and thinking, oh, I don't want to, for him to get less money, etc. Please do not think like that. Separate fund, not applicable at all. but the relationship is important because you need certain information for the form. So it can't be that you don't talk to the person. How are you going to get information if you don't talk to the person, right? So you have to be able to get this information, and it's about relationship, because if you've been supporting an individual over a period of time, relationship has been built up over a period of time, and so you would know about that individual. You would know when the individual came to the country. You would know when the individual, got sick, when the individual lost their job. You would know all these things about the individual. And you need this information for your claim to be processed. You're relying on the information, the accurate information coming from the primary claimant and the reference number from the primary claimant for your claim to be processed. And we've always said, when an offer is made to the primary claimant, that is the green light for you to submit your claim. Yeah, offer is made. Doesn't matter what it is, even if it's £1, it doesn't matter, right? An offer is made, you can now submit your claim for close family claims, whatever number of claim that will be. Yeah. Do not do it before. Do it when you know it's going to be is now being processed. Okay. I'm going to ask a question, Glenda, in terms of, if close family is not happy with the first offer being made to them, um, just tell people the process that they need to follow.
Okay, then the process you would need to follow is you then go for a review, which is a tier 1 review. And well, it is a review of the application. If you feel that you have more information as a close family member to submit to show the way that you supported the primary claimant. Please remember, the primary claimant and you're the close family member. You have to show have evidence, as you can see on the screen right now, but this is in regards to immigration fees. You've got to have the evidence to provide how you supported the primary claimant. It may be, you can see here, a paid invoice. If it was immigration fees, you would have to have all of that, and it would go through the different along the sections what you can complete for yourself. There's also, I'm trying to get, all right, the impact on life. And they've also got the impact on life would be the part of how did it impact you as a close family member? How did you feel when the primary claimant was going through this? How were you supporting them? It could have been, it could have affected you. As an advocate myself, I feel as if I get affected just helping some people, because it can be very traumatic on someone, especially children who had to support their parents or their uncle or their aunties. It can be very traumatic, and I think this is where you have to put that in on the impact on life part. There's also living costs. Living costs is if you had to support the primary claimant financially. Again, you may have had to provide shopping, you may have had to pay their rent, you may have had to help them pay their mortgage, you may have had to help them pay utility bills, or give them money for them to buy if they smoke cigarettes, thing. But all of that would come under living costs. And what they do ask for, which it is impossible sometimes, because this could be going back 20 years, where you may not have had this documented on your bank statement. Some of us did. Some people were drawing out £10 to £20, maybe every 2 weeks, or £100 to help the primary claimant support themselves. All of that, it helps, and you can provide all of that. Will they give you the full amount? It's down to the documentation that you provide. That's what it's down to. But as you can see, I'm going through this form because there is 24 pages, but I'm going along and trying to keep up in when we're talking. This part, the impact on life, is very important, because
Yeah.
this is where you tell the story of how it affected yourself and perhaps the primary claimant. But it's not, it has to, like Garrett says, you have to talk to the primary claimant. because you're telling their story as well as telling your story of how it affected you.
Yeah, yeah. And just stay on this. Don't move it for a minute because let's just talk about the impact on life and the trauma that will affect both parties and in fact the whole family. Because when you think about an individual who's been impacted, and notice that word keep coming up, and the guidance talk about impact. It also talk about you suffer loss. So those are two important words when we consider compensation claim. We've always said, often a lot of us underplay the trauma that has come about as a result of uh, windrush and change. And I say change because you imagine an individual was in full employment, they had their house, they were working, everything was fine, and suddenly they were asked to produce documents that they didn't have, and because they could not produce the document to show that they have the legal right to live and work in the UK, the employer would terminate their employment. And I know that happened to Glenda. And I know also we use this example several times that, just losing your job will kickstart a whole range of traumas on the family. You think, your house become repossessed by the mortgage people. You then are not able to find alternative to rent because now they're saying, oh, you've got no resource to public funds, so you can't go and rent from local authority. You find your bank account is closed. You find now all the things that you thought was just normal. You've lost all of that. Not just yourself, but your children and grandchildren has been impacted. Now, just think about the impact of that trauma and those individuals. And we know of cases where individual has been hospitalized in a mental institution as a result of the trauma that they've gone through. Not just one member of the family, but more than one member of the family has been institutionalized as a result of that trauma. Now, for somebody to articulate that information and put it down on paper, it's quite hard to do so. And they're going to need somebody to assist them because, part of this is all reliving the trauma that you've gone through.
Yeah.
And sad to say, a lot of people sometimes don't even want to do that. So they rather not answer the question.
Yeah.
I remember Roland and I met somebody in Preston some years ago. The gentleman was in his 90s, and he said he's too old. He wouldn't even bother to even consider these things because he said it will kill him. He wouldn't even consider it. And so, why would you want to put yourself through that situation again? So, it's not easy. But we always say this: you've got to evidence what has happened in some way. And we always encourage people to make sure, go to your GP, ask your GP for a patient summary that will give a good picture of what has happened to you. That is your history, your medical history. You don't need to pay for a report, right, which will cost you £100. No, you do not pay for a report, a medical report. You just want a patient summary to attach with your application. And there you'll find it will tell you what medication you're on, what you're being treated for, etc. There. Any comment on that, Glenda?
I've got a lot of comment coming from a GP administrator, and where I had lost my position because of
Yep.
this whole scandal. I never realized that you can just get summary like Garrick says. You don't need all of your records. They have a summary, and you'd be surprised on the amount of times that you were stressed. Where this has put you through so much stress. This is all documented. You may have gone to the doctor and said, "Listen, I'm having headaches." And this is all part of the stress and the anxiety. So all that is documented. And I will take it from my own personal case. After I got affected and was terminated from my position, I never ever thought that I would be in the position where I contemplated suicide, but I did. It got me to that stage. Even being a mother of a single mother with 4 children, I had never been at that. It was like,
Mm-hmm.
I've got to do this because I'm a mum. But when you're put in a situation where it looks like there's no hope,
Mm-hmm.
just feel, well, this is what all I feel to do. It not only affected me, but it also affected my son who was born in 1988. And he became depressed because he felt as if he didn't belong in his own country. So there's the two of us going through the same thing, um, thinking I was getting a lot of the blame because I felt as if it was my fault. But all of this I had to put down onto this particular part of the form as a primary claimant for
Mm-hmm.
them to understand this is what this has done to us. And you have to understand, imagine going on holiday and being stopped at the airport. You feel like a criminal. All of that is part of the trauma and stress, and it has to be documented in this part of the form. Please understand that. Please understand it. I mean, some people will just stop to the airport for, on reason, but they usually give you a little slip. I remember having been stopped with my Dominican passport where my sister was really concerned about me and took me to Dominica for 2 weeks, come back in, and they stopped me, but they gave me a slip. Now, I don't throw anything away. I'm a hoarder of paper because I'm an administrator. So I was lucky enough to have that slip and was able to produce it when this came through. I didn't
Mm-hmm.
know this was going to happen many years later, but at least it showed, well, my God, how would you have felt? I felt like a criminal, whereas I
Yeah.
wasn't a criminal. So all of this is very important. Please, this part of the form, tell your story. And I always tell people who I assist, take the pain from your belly, because that's where you get the pain. That's where anxiety starts, from in the belly, and bring it up and put it down on paper, please.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, the reason why we say it's always good to have a independent person or somebody separate from the claim to sort of have a look at it, because Glenda just mentioned something about stop at the airport. So there's this thing where there's a section that says um, deportation or what's it uh,
Detention,
detention,
yeah, and
detention.
deportation,
And
yeah,
and so, being detained at the airport for anything over 30 minutes,
yeah,
you then evidence that as a claim. So if you've been stopped 4 times in 10 years, yes, you
yeah,
put that down because you've been detained. It doesn't mean you've been locked up in some people have been locked up in detention centers, so that is clear, you put that down. But many people have been detained at the airport by immigration officers. And providing the clock click over 30 minutes, you put that down. How many times that has happened to you in X amount of years. That
hmm
becomes part of your claim.
hmm hmm
The other thing that often people don't remember is that um, Glenda just mentioned a lot of people don't keep receipts for things, but there are certain things that, it's obvious. If you got somebody, um, you know, sleeping on your sofa for X amount of months or years, um, what would happen then? Your household bill is going to increase.
yeah,
Your hot water going to increase, your electric going to increase, your food going to increase. So literally, if your bill was only £50 and you've got two people staying with you, then you can start to do the calculation what your household bill become when you were supporting somebody. So, there's ways you can actually arrive at some figure that will make sense. You don't have to be breaking your brains to produce all the evidence of papers, etc. It is, reasonable to conclude you've had people staying in your house for X amount of years, you've been feeding and clothing them, etc. And so that's what the cost is. Yeah, you put that down. Is there anything else you'd like to say about close family claim? Because I'm just conscious of time, because the next section I will move into, I'm going to focus on just the returning resident section.
No, I think that's about it. And we've covered everything there is to cover on this form. Just go through it. And throughout the whole form, it does tell you to refer back to the guidance note. So please
Yes.
do that. And please get someone to overlook it as
Yeah.
well.
Just go to declaration. I just want people to actually see. So the declaration point where you got to read a question and then sign it.
Yeah,
Um,
it
it
is.
was just there a minute ago.
Oh, were we? Sorry. Uh,
I just saw it.
there it is. Yeah, 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 yeah. Declaration. There
Yeah.
you go.
So here you see, please check that you have provided your personal detail and fill in all the section of the categories that you are claiming under. Make sure where possible that you have provided evidence to support your claim and fill in the declaration page. Fill it in and don't forget to sign and date and that your form is ready to be submitted. But before you submit it, we said get somebody to check it over with you. Right? And
Please
in
see the
by
four different sections here. I'm the close family member.
yeah,
Please complete this so that you fall within the correct category
yes.
declaration form
Yeah, you
as a
know what you
close
said. I
family
am
member.
making this claim on behalf of
Yeah.
who lack capacity. And
Hmm.
remember, we talk about, both for primary claimant capacity, the person not able to. So somebody else will be representing that person. And you have to tick the appropriate box
Hmm.
accordingly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'll stop.
So that's about close family. And I think it's 22 pages, the guidance for close family.
24, 24.
24 pages.
Yeah.
So again, please read the guidance several times before you begin to put anything on paper. And again, we keep stressing the primary claimant, the relationship between you as close family supporting the primary claimant. You ought to know enough about this person because you've been supporting this person over a number of years. So you talk, you know about them, when they came to the country, when they lost their job, you know everything about this individual as a close family. So just pause for a moment. Let's just recap. So we've done primary claimant, was the first one. And what we've said, the primary claimant and the deceased claim are no difference, with the exception that the person who has deceased have got somebody else submitting the claim on their behalf, and that person represent that claim. We also stress the person who lack capacity would need somebody to act on their behalf, and we refer to the page and the annex where the person who's doing the representation will have to submit their information. We're going to change the subject now, completely different, because this next element is very much focused on people who are outside the UK. And we know there are many people who would like to return to the UK. We're not sure people know how they can return to the UK, but we're going to tell you how you may do that. So this section, a person outside the UK, a Commonwealth citizen who was settled in the UK before the 1st of January 1973, who does not have a document confirming their right of abode or settled status, or those settled status has been lapsed because of the 2-year rule that we referred to, the Windrush Help Team will consider whether the applicant has the right of abode, and if so, they will be given a certificate of entitlement to the right of abode. I'm going to read that again. A Commonwealth citizen who was settled in the UK before the 1st of January 1973, but who does not have a document confirming their right of abode or settled status, or whose settled status has been lapsed because they've left the UK for more than 2 years. The Windrush Help Team will consider whether the applicant has the right of abode, and if so, they will be given a certificate of entitlement to the right of abode. Next bullet point, if not, the Windrush Help Team will consider whether the applicant meet the requirement for a returning resident visa. And this is the one that we want to focus on. So people outside the UK who want to return to the UK and don't know how to do it, this is the information. Now, I'm reading word for word from the guidance. If not, the Windrush team will help consider whether the applicant meets the requirement for a returning resident visa under the immigration rules. If so, the applicant states on the application that they want to return to the UK, they will be granted a returning resident visa. Notice the point. The applicant states that they want to return to the UK. They will be given, they will be granted a returning resident visa. On returning to the UK, after they have been resident in the UK for further, sorry, I missed a line. So let me go back. On returning to the UK, a resident can apply to naturalize as a British citizen only after they have been resident in the UK for a further 5 or 3 years if they're the spouse of a civil partner of a British citizen. They will not have to attend the citizen ceremony, as Glenda mentioned previously, if they do not wish. So I'm going to read this again. On returning, this is a resident visa. On returning to the UK, a returning resident can apply to naturalize as a British citizen only after they have been resident in the UK for a further 5 years or 3 years if they are a spouse or a civil partner of a British citizen. They will not have to attend a citizenship ceremony unless they want to. Let me just pause there for a moment. Any comments on that, Glenda? Sorry, you're muted. Oh no, you're still muted. Can't hear you. Let
I
me
was
see.
trying to find it to see if I could
Okay,
find
yeah,
it so I
go.
could put it up on the page
Hmm.
for them, but I'm not clued up on the returning residents side of that as
Mhm.
yet. If I can find, I did put something for overseas people. I did put it in the chat.
Yeah,
They'd have to like to have a look through it, but
yeah,
yeah.
that's fine. So the next bullet point is this. If the applicant qualify, and make notes of this, people, if the applicant qualify as a returning resident, but states on the application they they don't want, sorry, state on the application that they want only to visit the UK, the Windrush Help Team will consider whether they also meet the requirement for a visitor's visa under the immigration rules. Now, anyone can come into the UK with a valid passport for up to 6 months maximum. But you notice the point here, if the applicant does not qualify for a resident visa, but state on the application they want only to visit the UK, the Windrush Help Team will consider whether they also meet the requirement for a visit visa under the immigration rule. If so, they will be granted, listen carefully, a 10-year multiple entry visa, which will allow them to visit the UK for up to 6 months at a time within the 10-year period. I'm going to read that again. It's very important that our colleagues out in other parts of the world know this. If the applicant qualify as a resident visa, but stated on the application that they want only to visit the UK, the Windrush Help Team will consider whether they also meet the requirement for a visit visa under the immigration rule, and if so, they will be granted a 10-year multiple entry visa, which they will be allowed to stay up to 6 months within the 10-year period. So they can come and go for up to 6 months within the 10-year period. Now, I'm just wondering, Glenda, how many people know that exists or they could do that?
Not much,
No.
Garrett, because that's very new to me. I
Yeah.
didn't even know that, and I don't. This is one thing that, as a stakeholder and sitting with these people, discussing these sort of like issues. Uh, Hence the reason why we have people like yourself and me, so we can feed this
Yeah,
information.
yeah,
They don't
absolutely.
make this public. They
Yeah,
don't,
yeah.
obviously.
No, they
So
don't.
hearing that, it's
Yeah.
good to know. I'd like a copy of that, please,
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
can
And
send
and and
it
so,
out.
our colleagues outside the UK, who think, well, well, I've been locked out, I can't come back.
Yeah, yeah,
There are ways to get back to the UK.
yeah. There
And,
is.
a multiple visa of 10 years with the 6 months each time, I'm
Yeah.
sure, people would benefit because they can come when it's warm and go when it's cold.
Exactly, and
You
still
see?
and still have their
So,
status. Yeah,
why not take advantage of it and use
yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah. I agree 100%. I didn't know that, so that's new to me.
Yeah. And just finally, down this section, the meaning of Commonwealth for the purpose of those who are eligible, consideration under the Windrush scheme. And we have the list of the 65 countries listed
Yeah,
from A to Z, starting with Anguilla, Antigua, Bermuda, Australia, right down to Zambia. They're all listed. So we say to people, do check your country. Um, and don't forget, we've got Commonwealth and we have overseas protected territories that the British control. Okay? And the other section says the meaning of parent. See, it's always good for us to understand when the Home Office refer to some, what are they meaning? The meaning of parent for the purpose of who is eligible for consideration under the Windrush scheme. This has the normal meaning under immigration rule. However, where there has been a genuine transfer of parental responsibility on the grounds of the original parent's inability to care for the child for the purpose of the Windrush scheme, the definition may include a child born outside the UK. So again, you see, this information, people don't have this information. They don't know about it.
Mm.
And we always say this is why it's so important for us to check the guidance that we're using and make sure it's current.
Mm.
Because slowly, as we challenge the Home Office, they're slowly changing things and they're not even telling us that
No,
they've done it.
no, you're
See?
so
And
correct.
and we have to go and find it.
Yeah, we do. This
See?
is why you see me put up a lot of thing, and I'm thinking, but what I try to do is keep the old and then
Mm,
compare it to the new, to
yes.
that you can actually see the changes that
See
have
the
been.
changes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. And that was the case just before Christmas. In our Q&A, we went through the section um, about the new application. Make sure the form is the correct form. The previous application is no longer being accepted. So you got to make sure the version you're using is the correct version. So when we say to people, you know, um, check the guidance will guide you to the right application. And the previous guidance was 17.0. We're now at 18.0. And if we had paper copies of the previous, I've got paper copies here because when I go out, I show people it. But the paper copy is out of date now
Mm.
because they produce a new one. So again, it's important that we keep up with the current information. And you notice at the start where I read, when they were identifying Appendix 1 and the personal information, the changes, etc. They said, okay, that has changed. This is now what you need to follow. Yeah?
Mm.
Um, and so it's good that we can do that. So we've done a full circle. Um, we're particularly concerned with two things. We're concerned that people from outside the UK need a lot more information, as been presented today, to get back to the UK and join their family. Because we know many people has been separated from their family because of the lapse of the 2 year 2 year and 1 day rule. But all is not lost. You can still return to the UK. There's a process to follow. We want people to make the application because, again, it's no point people saying, well, I'm not going to bother. We're fighting the corner to say, people from outside are being discriminated against,
Mhm.
right? And then the Home Office saying, well, we're not getting any application. They're not coming. They're not making an application. So what do we do? You see? So it's a situation where we're encouraging people from outside to make the application. If you need additional help, please reach out and get the help, but you need to make the application. The other thing that we know not many people are doing is the close family claim. We need more people to submit close family claim. So we don't know why people are reluctant to make close family claim, but having heard this afternoon how you can do that, having seen the application, the reference where you can go and get further information. Please do consider making close family claims. Not just, because as we've said previously, there are no fixed number on how many people constitute a close family claim. It could be 10, it could be 15, it could be 3, it could be 4. But people need to come forward and make those claims. So I'm just going to do a little summary before we go into question and answer Q&A. I'm just going to do a little summary of what we talked about right at the start. So right at the start, we identify the history of Windrush, how it came about, and it was 2018 that most of us get to understand about Windrush when that Home Office scandal broke. And then in 2019, a compensation scheme was designed with a task group who came together and put this scheme together. And then we talk about the scheme consists of two parts. The first bit is status, rectifying your status or getting documented, getting your documents. If you haven't got a document, you need to get your document. That's the first thing. If you came here as a child and you didn't have a passport, you need to get your passport. Get your document, first thing. And the second thing, the other part of the scheme is in two parts. The second bit, if you've been impacted, this word impacted, or you suffer loss because you could not produce any document when you were asked to produce a passport at your employment, you could not produce it, and so you were dismissed. Okay? And as a result of being dismissed, that is where the compensation bit comes in, because you've been impacted, you suffer loss. Yeah? But you have to go through the first bit of status rectification. Then we focus on the different claims. The primary claimant is the individual making the claim. And we stress that each of the claim comes with its own guidance. Primary claim guidance, close family guidance, deceased estate guidance, all have guidance to follow. We also stress that making a close family claim will not affect the primary claimant money. Whatever award that they're awarded, it will not affect it. So don't be thinking that you're going to reduce what they're getting. No. And then finally, we said the application we saw on screen where Glenda was going through the boxes and the question. All the questions have to be answered. You have to tick the appropriate box according to whether you are a wife, a husband, a sister, a brother, whatever it is, who you are supporting and representing. You have to tick the appropriate box. We also stress that before you submit the claim, you have to complete the declaration that asks you, to the best of your knowledge, the information that you have submitted is correct. Then you sign and date, and it goes off. We stress that all questions must be answered. Do not leave a blank. If it's not applicable, then you say not applicable. Do not leave a blank. Because if you leave a blank and send it off, the Home Office will return it and ask you to fill it in. We also stress it's very important that your personal information is your birth certificate as it is written. The same way your name spelled on your birth certificate is the same way you should write it on the application form. Word for word, letter for letter. And we stress if you're known by another name, there's a box for you to include that, because the Home Office tell us that they work with other government department and agency, and so the information you presented, they will be able to check the information out themselves. So don't worry too much about that. Your taxes and your insurance will give them a lot of information about you as the claimant. And then finally, we talked about those outside the UK returning to the UK, and we talk about how they can actually get back to the UK by applying to a return resident visa. And also, we made a point that if they don't qualify, then there's still another way of getting back to the UK. And a visitor's visa will give you 10 years with a maximum of 6 months per visit, multiple entry to the UK over a 10-year period. So, having considered those options, it means that people out in the outside the UK, all is not lost. Yeah, so you can get back to the UK and join your family for a period of time. We also stress that the Home Office have said you do not have to return to the UK to make a claim. And we know that might well be applicable to our older seniors, our mature seniors who have no desire of coming back to the UK, but who has been impacted by Windrush. Okay? And throughout all of this, we've been emphasizing dates. Dates are important. The date when you arrive and settled in the UK by the 1st of January 1973 from a Commonwealth country. That will be yourself, your parents, or your grandparents. And then from any other country, you must arrive and settle by December 1988 or the 1st of January 1989. Dates are important because that is the Windrush timeline, 1948 to 1989. So that brings us to the point now where we're going to invite any question from the audience in terms of any clarification, anything they would like to know, but we don't want people to share personal information about their claim. If they want to speak, about something without disclosing too much information, that is fine because this session is being recorded and it will be available on YouTube for people to revisit and go back and play and get the whole session of the start of the conversation to the end of the conversation. And at the end of this session, the formal session, there will be an informal conversation. So the Zoom will continue in an informal conversation if people want to raise any issue. So for the moment, is there any question from the audience, please? I wanted to bring Roland in because there was a point that Roland wanted to come in to speak about pension, and I just want to know before we finished. I want Roland to come in and just say something about pension.
He's not online,
He's
Gareth.
not online.
I
Okay,
can't see
that's all
him.
right. Um, so is there any question from the audience?
No, they. There's a chat.
See Mr. Campbell there. Hello, Mr. Campbell. Nice to see you again. Errol?
He's driving. We can't hear him.
Any question in the chat?
No, none at all. I think we've answered the majority of the questions.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I
That's
think
good.
Gertrude did mention.
Just to mention to people, you know, there is other opportunity to get information. So we continue with the second and last Sunday of each month. It is the Windrush Sunday chat, where we focus on the compensation scheme as we've just been talking. And that is a UK time, GMT, 2 till 4 p.m. On the second and last Sunday of each month. And then we have another opportunity of raising any question with the Windrush Q&A, which is the first Sunday of each month. So the next one is the 1st of March. And all of this information is on the two website that I put in the chat right at the start of our session. Mr. Campbell, how are you?
He's on mute, Garrick. I don't think he can. We can't hear you, Mr. Campbell.
If I can try, I can't. I unmute him, but nothing happened. So
He's
yeah,
got to unmute himself.
yeah. Gertrude, I know you're there. Can I just pick up Gertrude? Because we're very concerned with our Nigerian friends as well to make sure that.
Good evening.
Gertrude, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
The information that we just presented is very much, focusing on people outside the UK. And in
Yeah,
particular, although this is coming from St. Thomas in Jamaica, the information is applicable to anyone outside the UK
yeah,
in terms of wanting to return to the UK. And this is the important thing. How can they return to the UK? And
yeah.
we've talked about, process, how they can do that. So what I would like you to do, particularly from a Nigeria perspective, is to share this information with people for them to know that they can apply for a returning resident visa
Uh-huh.
to come back to the UK. But also, if they don't want to come back to the UK that way, they can also apply in their application to visit as a visitor, which means they will be granted a multiple entry visa to the UK with a maximum of 6 months per year for up to 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've applied, but they keep on refusing them. They've been applying since
Yeah,
2018.
well, we want them to keep applying because our
Okay.
next challenge now is why they're refusing them, because we know there are particular issues why my Nigeria is experiencing something quite different from other claimants, as if they are deliberately refusing application,
Yeah,
and that's another
yeah.
issue we're going to take up with the Home Office.
Okay, thank you.
Well, with the Home Secretary, I'm going to
Yeah,
go right to the top with the
Yeah.
Home Secretary with that one.
Well,
okay.
we
Thank you
well
so
we
much.
did the other night when we did a round table and we met with the minister, and
Yeah,
we were fortunate enough to have a couple from Nigeria who had gone through the same thing, and I had a couple from the Caribbean island of St. Lucia who came over. Just by chance, these two couples had come over, so they had come at the right time.
Yeah.
And yeah, I presented them to the
SEMA.
minister, Sasima,
Mm.
and yeah, she's generating some interest and can see the difficulty that people are having. And I'm glad that we were able to compare the African nation and the
Yes.
Caribbean nation, the two different. So she
yeah,
saw that the difficulties that are happening. Hence the reason I put to you in the chat,
yeah.
Gertrude. I'm on it.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm on
Yeah,
that.
good. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
We're getting
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah. We will continue to fight that. So what we want people to do, just keep making the application, please. Don't just ease off. Continue to make the application, because we need to find out how many has been refused. Yeah.
Okay,
So that we have the evidence.
Okay, oh, that's
Okay,
good.
Mr. Campbell was ready, Gary.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, I saw it. Yes,
I'm
I saw his audio is on now. Errol, can you just come back in now, please, Errol?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice to see you again. How is things going with you with your situation?
Oh, he's muted again.
Is your claim progressing?
No, sir. Nothing. I haven't heard nothing.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, I'll have a conversation with Roland about this. Yeah, that's
Okay,
fine. I
sir.
just wanted to know what the progress was since because I remember the last time that we spoke on one of these chats. You were
Yes.
still waiting for a response.
A response from somebody, but I haven't heard nothing yet.
Yeah, yeah. Because this is a gentleman that they keep putting him, giving him one bit of information, and then that is the wrong bit of information, and then he goes down. So he's been tossed by pillar to post.
Okay, and who's assisting him on this, Garrick? Is he getting help from Roland?
I don't know. Is Errol is Roland supporting you on your claim?
No, I haven't heard nothing from Mr. Roland about that claim yet.
Okay, all right. So, but he's the one that is supporting you on that claim.
Yes, sir. Yes. He
All
told
right,
me to
okay.
submit
All
a
right.
statement.
That's fine.
Yes.
That's fine. So
Okay.
between us, so myself, Roland, and Glenda, between us, we will investigate that for you.
Okay, if it needs escalated,
Okay.
then I'm quite happy to help,
Yeah,
Gary.
yeah. What I will do, I'll find out where Roland is up to, and
Yeah.
then Roland will share that with you, Glenda. So when you have the fortnightly meetings, etc., we can then give you a reference to Mr. Campbell and see what the progress is on his claim.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
happy
Yes.
to
I
do
would
that.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Lovely.
Thank you.
I'm just thinking, Charles, you're from Ipswich, so just to say a quick hello, Charles. Because we came down to Ipswich last year and did a Windrush event for you.
I don't think we can hear him.
He's muted.
Nope.
No. Okay, don't worry. Okay, so Glenda, just in final summary, is anything else you'd like to mention?
I know that there's what we do need is for people who are putting in their applications who's over pension age. Once we are now ensuring, I think this is what Roland would have spoken about because we discussed this at the round table the other night.
Yeah.
Is that a lot of people are losing their credits to bring them up to their pension, state pension.
Yeah.
So what we are insisting is that as soon as someone is accepted onto the scheme, that it automatically, and they're eligible and they're assessed and proven eligible, that automatically they should bring them up to date on
Yes.
their credits so they're able to get the state pension.
Yeah.
Because there's so many people, what we're finding within the senior age groups, who don't want to apply to get their status regulated, but then when it comes to getting state pension, they're getting the minimum amount because they didn't pay enough credit. So we are now asking the team if that can be done automatically. As soon as someone is eligible for the scheme, their credits are reinstated so that they get the full pension state.
Yeah, and this is very important because a lot of people currently are only getting a percentage of their pension because the argument is that the contribution they haven't contributed enough. But here's the argument: it wasn't their fault for not contributing.
Exactly.
So how can you blame them? So that's what we're fighting. What we're saying to them is your fault. So you should credit their contribution because it's your issue. So we will continue to push that.
Yeah.
Now, what's important for people outside the UK who are in that situation where their pension hasn't been credited, we want people to come forward and identify themselves so that they can get the help and support. This is really what Roland was going to talk about. And it's pretty straightforward. The pension thing is pretty straightforward. It's not a complicated thing to resolve. Right? It's just a matter of how many years your contribution been missing, etc. Reinstore it, and then you've got your pension pot. So please, if there's anyone listening on the line from outside the UK that have an issue with their pension, please reach out, right? And contact Roland, because the pension, he focused on the pension. Contact Roland through WhatsApp, or the telephone number is on the website in the chat, which is justiceforwindrushgeneration.co.uk. All the contact information is there.
Yeah.
Email address, WhatsApp, it's there, so that there is no excuse not to reach out. So please don't sit back and suffer. Any issue with your pension, we will help you to resolve those issues.
Gary, that's if they fall within this criteria of this scam.
Yes.
You have to fall within that criteria. If you do, then like I said, we did mention it the other day at the Wrong Table to the Minister about reinstated their contributions so that it's credited, so that they can get the full state pension when they get to that.
Yes, absolutely. And Mimi just kindly put Roland's number in the chat for people, so you can get that number into WhatsApp and speak directly, or message Roland accordingly.
Gareth, can you hear me?
Yes, Charles. Yeah.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, good. Hello to everyone. Yeah, we have got one case which is going through, in the sense that the Home Office in Croydon did call her, and they did an interview, and she's still here in the UK, just waiting to hear from the Home Office.
How long has she been waiting?
Since October.
Okay.
Yeah.
October of last year.
Last year, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So,
but she's still here in the UK. She hasn't returned back to Jamaica. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I mean, that's reasonable, Charles, because in terms of time, one of the things that we did put to the Home Secretary when we met in October,
yes,
and the Home Secretary used a couple of phrases about trying to reset fundamental change and speed up the process. So we're very interested to know now how long things are actually taking to be resolved.
Right.
Glenda, from the last meeting you had last month with the team, what's the length of time in terms of processing application?
It's now, I must admit that they're catching up, but the reason why they have caught up, they're now in the process, I think, where they did have a backlog. The backlog is not that long. Let's say 18 months or so.
Yeah.
But they have caught up, I think, because they've got a lot more caseworkers. But I'm not going to say that to give credit to them, because a lot of the cases that are coming out are nil award. So maybe that's why it's speeding up. What I have asked them is, could they give me a breakdown on the tier 1 and how long it's taken it for it to roll out after the cases have come back. So I'm just waiting to get back that data from them, so we can.
I mean, the other thing that we're considering, that the new governments, when they put information out, they're sort of separating the previous information. They'll say, oh, that was from the previous government. And so we're able to identify the difference in terms of how the information is now coming through the media, their own media channel. We're still to be convinced because remember, Yvette Cooper said the reason why she would not support moving the claim from the Home Office to anywhere else. She said it would take too long, and she wanted to speed up. Remember the expression she used? She wanted to speed up the process. Yeah, so that claims will be quicker. And we need to be checking this to make sure that they're doing this. Now, the other thing that I don't know the answer to, I've written to the minister to ask this. I'm waiting for a response. I have got one response in January. I'm waiting for a second response to do with the Windrush unit. That was, remember, Yvette Cooper told us when she tell us that is an injection of 1.5 million into Windrush, and then she restoring the Windrush unit.
Yeah. We discussed that. Yeah.
I am thinking that when restoring a Windrush unit would mean you're more efficient and you should be quicker with your processes. And I've written to her now to ask, specifically, will the process be quicker now that the unit has been reestablished?
Well, that is another thing what we mentioned the other day on the round table, to the minister about. She did mention about the commissioner. I think the advert is either going out maybe in the next couple of weeks or so.
Yeah.
And they mentioned about the unit, but like I will say, there's still a problem in relation to the caseworkers and decisions that's being made. So it still holds it up.
Yeah.
I think, don't quote me, but the minister was saying that they may have to have a look at the policies and look and see if they have to make changes, because what we are noticing as advocates, there's too much mistakes coming out, and we have to rectify it because we're the ones who represent the people who have put in the claim. So we understand what they're doing. And what we're finding is that caseworkers are putting it in a way where you're not entitled to it. And my statement to the minister wasn't this scheme set up to help people instead of not helping them? But what we're finding is that the results that's coming out, the letters that's being sent out, is to prove why you're not entitled to it. Even though you were given your status by the scheme, then you should be able to get compensation and not be challenged on making your application. But I'm still saying to people, still put in your claim.
Yeah.
Are they going to take it away from them? I doubt it. So what we have to keep doing as advocates is keep challenging them so we can get the improvement and get it done in the correct way for the people. Because we don't want any more stress. We don't want any more deaths. We just want this to be done properly.
Yeah. I mean, we will keep doing that. Now, just a couple of things. So the 6th of April coming up in a couple of months' time, it will be the 7th year of the Windrush Home Office scandal. And we'll be meeting in Windrush Square in Brixton on that day. And that's being put together currently. And, it's now an annual vigil in remembrance of those who have passed on, and many of those who didn't get their claim sorted out before they had passed on, and now family members having to continue the claim. And we've stressed this to the minister that people are dying. The claims are taking too long. There are still people whose claim has been in for 2 years, 2.5 years, and it still hasn't been resolved. It's taking too long. And I would like to see a 28 weeks, and I've written this in the document to the minister. I would like to see a 28 weeks return. For me, that is speeding up. If Yvette Cooper is talking about speeding up, right? That's what I would consider a speeding up of the claim.
Yeah.
And when the new commissioner comes in, right, we will actually be meeting with the commissioner and pushing that.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what we have to continue doing, Gary. We can't. What we can't do is give them an inch. We have
No.
to be on it all the time.
Yeah.
Because if we leave it, then we have a backlog of people coming to
Absolutely.
us.
Absolutely.
So what we need is, as soon as they come to us, we want it out.
Yeah.
Come to us, we want it out the door, and we want to see the same thing coming from the Home Office. They've had 7 years.
Yes,
7
exactly.
years.
Exactly.
7
Exactly.
years. The only
Yeah.
reason why I was able to get compensated within 9 months of the scheme is because I was on them. I never stopped. And I had my weapon was media. If there was
Yeah.
a camera and a journalist, you had to know about this scheme.
Yeah, yeah,
And I
yeah,
feel we still
yeah.
have to behave like this and use platforms like this and reach out to the countries who don't know about it so that they can come
Yeah.
forward and know there is hope.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And the fact of the matter is that we have stressed this. It is the Home Office responsibility to reach out to the 65 countries. I mean, what we're doing here, we're doing this voluntarily,
Yeah.
right? I said this, it's the Home Office responsibility. They need to take charge of it. Now, if they want us to do it for them, they need to pay for it.
I agree.
It is their responsibility. We cannot continue to do the work for them without any resource being attached to it. That is very important.
100%, Garrick. And a lot of people believe that when we do this, we get paid. No, we're doing this voluntarily. And the reason why I'm doing it is because I know what I had to go through when I didn't have anyone to support me. But now that there is organizations and people like Roland and Garrick and the other organizations and some of the people on here who are willing to give you that help, we have to let the Home Office know, yes, you have to start funding us because we're doing your work for you. We're making it easier. We're helping them with their policies and their systems.
Yes.
And they are using us. But the reason why we will talk like this, because we want to make it better for the people.
Of course.
And I don't want anyone to suffer. I don't want to lose someone because we wasn't there to help them, you know, to give them the hope to carry on.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much for that, Glenda. So we've come to the conclusion of our session. Just to thank everybody for attending. As I said, the 2 reference point, visit the 2 website. LiverpoolAdvocatesForWindrush.org is for advocacy, and there's again contact information there. And justiceforwindrushgenerations.co.uk information is there. Both sites have got information in one place. So everything that we've discussed this afternoon, it's in one place. Who is eligible for this scheme, how to apply, everything is in one place. So please share that information with friends and family. And again, I've said the second and last Sunday of each month, we have the Windrush Sunday chat. And that is 2 till 4 p.m. GMT in the UK, as well as the Q&A, which is the first Sunday of each month. Plenty of opportunity for people to get information and to ask questions. And we're back in Parliament in March with our next rally. So that is our session for this afternoon. Thanking those who have been supporting us in the background. You know, we've got people in Canada supporting us. We've got people in Jamaica supporting us. And we have people in the UK supporting us. And we couldn't do this without the support of these individuals. And what we want to do, as I said, at the end of this session and tomorrow, you can go on YouTube and you'll find that this session will be there, and you can replay the session and you can see previous session as well, and you can get the information and replay it and share it with other people. So that's what we're about. Now I understand that Roland want to leave the Zoom running for any informal chat. I'm not going to stay on the Zoom into midnight. They're having a party in St. Thomas, and I know the goat is ready and everything is there. So, and the children is having their children party, and I saw the bouncy castle. So I hope they have a nice and enjoyable time, safe. But this is the conclusion of our formal session. I will come offline now, but the Zoom will be kept open if people want to have a conversation among themselves or sharing information with each other. That's fine. At the moment, we've got yeah, 9, 10 people on the call. So thank you, Glenda, for giving up your evening. I know it's Saturday evening. I know it's cold, so you're probably better off indoors than outdoors. But yes, thanks for that, and we'll speak soon.
Definitely. Thank you, everyone, for attending.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Glenda. Have a good evening. Thank you, Garrick.
Thank you, Mimi.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Zoom is finished. But it says Zoom is still going. He said it had his Zoom still connected. But I don't think anybody's there. I could leave now. Yeah, you can leave. The content of this meeting has been sent to YouTube. Still still connected.